Coffee stains and in my chains. I am such a loner. San Francisco faces got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Lico, beast mode, 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 Lico, beast mode. This is not a main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains and in my chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco faces got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Lico, beast mode, 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 Lico, beast mode.
What up, what up? JR, what's up, man? You start when I'm going to sleep.
Oh, somebody! Oh, he needs some milk.
What time do you go to sleep? Where's everyone based? 3:30? God damn. All right. Wake up early, I'll still be on. Adesh, where are you based? We're about to do some Codeforces. We're gonna do probably like a virtual competition or maybe just like knock off the 1,000 rated questions. Keep grinding those out. Oh, you're gonna attend the LC? Yeah, after we can debrief. After we can debrief. Oh, let me share this out to Discord real quick. Where's this video?
Team Rome.
Oh. The chat is just too funny. How's everyone doing though? How's everyone's day so far? 11:54 p.m. So it's literally night. All right, man. I'll see you at the contest tomorrow. Good luck. Bobo, what's up? You're funny. All right. We're going to do some Codeforces today. That's the plan. We're going to get better at Codeforces. That was the goal. The goal was to get our Codeforces rating up. So I have like a list of actually all my templates. Oh, I need to fix this on my... I have all my templates up online now, so I'll be accessing that. And we're just going to grind out leak code. We're going to go leak code beast mode.
Lico, beast mode, Lico, beast mode, Lico, beast mode, Lico, beast mode, Lico, beast mode.
That's what we're about to do today. I got to make one for Codeforces. I'm going to tell my boy to cook something up for Codeforces, like a Codeforces theme song, something sick. What's everyone's plan for today, though? What does everyone here get up to on the weekend, usually? Anybody watching UFC? Boba, what are you up to? What do you do on the weekend? You grad leak code? I remember you said that you were younger. Like you're still in school or something. Pseudo, what's up? Let's lock in. Oh yeah, dude. UFC is gonna be sick. Football. I'm excited. It's gonna be. Who y'all got? Who do you think is gonna win? Patty or Justin? Gotta increase that sound. Or let me increase that file sound. You got Justin? Who's Justin? Justin Gaethje. Pan Codes, what's up? Alright. So we're grinding out some CP31. I don't know if y'all have used this site before, but yo, Paul, what's up? Welcome, man. I got the sound that you told me to get. I got a couple in here though, like.
Oh! Somebody, oh! He needs some milk.
Imagine I'm just running a mock interviews and I'm just spamming the soundboard. People get mad at me because that's unprofessional, but honestly don't care. Mock interview with Apple software engineer. Which one is that? Mock interview with whose channel? Is it the like one of the people I watch from Ireland? I forget his channel name. Yeah, we're gonna do Codeforces. Lock in on this first question. I like this. I already saw this question this morning and I was thinking about it. I think I already have a solution. I actually don't know. I have to look. Apple software engineer. Yeah. PK codes. Pang, you watch them? How do you know about them? On my channel, we're more focused on Codeforces these days. So I think this is pretty easy. It says you're given two arrays A and B, both of length n. You need to merge these arrays, forming another array C of length 2 times n by when you merge them. You have to find the maximum length of a subarray consisting of equal values across all arrays of C. So all permutations of C, we need to figure out the maximal value or the maximum subarray we can create. And yeah, essentially when we're merging the two arrays, we could just either compose by successively taking the first element of either array. So we can form any array C by just taking any combinations of A and B. And then it's asking what is the longest consecutive subarray that we can get if we join them. Any thoughts in the comments of how to actually solve this question? Before I go in and implement it. People throw out ideas real quick. Let's see who in the chat is good. Let's see what the chat is working with. Let me grab some water. No ideas in the chat? Nobody has an idea how to solve this? Okay, let me try. Let's see. Bobo only plays with shapes. All right. So Well, I already have the notes here. So I think we need to take the first array and find the max we can get from each. Essentially, we're just trying to find the longest. Like, the intuition is that for any sequence of numbers between two arrays, we can form that in array C by just like printing out whatever's in A until we get to the start of that sequence. And then also for B, like we can position the pointer anywhere on A and anywhere on B. So for essentially what I'm going to do is for A, we're going to figure out the length, the longest length of any equal number. So for this one, let's say there's a 3 here. So here we'll say the longest length of 1 is 1. The longest length of 2 is 2. Or is 1. The longest length of 3 is 1. Or is 2, sorry. And the longest length of 5 is 1. So we're going to create a hash map, something like this. We're going to have length of 1, length of 2. Numbers 3 is going to, or 2 is the length of 1. 3 is the length of 2, and then 5 is the length of 1. And then we're going to build that hash map from the first array. And then when we go through the second array, we're going to figure out, so if this has a length of 4, yeah, for sure, I got you. And then if we get to 4, right, we're looking at 4, and then we're seeing in the array A, what's the longest sequence I can get with a 4? And then we're maximizing that. So if there was a bunch of 3s here, then it would be like, oh, we have a length of 3 2s. I can combine that with a length of 2, or we have a length of 2 3s. I can combine that with a length of another 2 3s, and that equals 4. So we just maximize that. The intuition here is that for any subsequence, for any sequence in A and B, you can just move the pointer up there and then start the longest sequence. That's sort of my approach here. So we're gonna build a hash. We're gonna loop through the first one and build a hash map, and then we're gonna go from there. Make sense, chat? KC, I got you. So we're gonna copy the way that we grab inputs. No, I'm not. I haven't been paying attention. I know there's a lot of crazy stuff going on there, but is it wild? Is it getting bad? Like worse than before? I know they're protesting and stuff. Pang, what's up? Oh, damn, yeah, that's sad. I don't want to see like any violence. Okay, where are we? Damn, that's yeah. Let me check it out. Damn. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Okay, we're gonna read in the split. So we're gonna take the first, and then we're gonna take the split. Are you in Minnesota? Are you in Minnesota right now, Skewy? Because you just do LeetCode 24/7. Man, LeetCode brings everyone together. And then we're gonna from um Bobo, you got this. Just keep grinding. Just keep grinding. Brick by brick. Just build up your skills. It's a long journey. So we're gonna be like sizes. And then we're gonna say for so if I is greater than 0 and I and first I equal to first. Yeah, no, I did a traditional computer science degree, so I learned coding through school. But I don't know how old you are, but yeah, I learned coding through school, and I only just started doing leak code in order to get a job. Yo, what's up? How you doing, man? Nice to see you. You grinding leak code today? Who do you got in the UFC tonight? Who are all your picks? Oh, you're 12? That's sick, man. Who do you got in the contest today? Or who do you got in the UFC today? Man, I'll give you my picks right now. Oh, you like the old guys, huh? It makes sense. I like both of them too. Let's see. Okay, I would probably pick. Man, it's like a flip. I'll go with Patty on this one. Sean O'Malley, yeah, I'm going with Sean. Sugar Show. Derek Lewis. Yeah, we'll go with Derek Lewis. Rose, obviously. Yeah, no go. Yeah, Lewis is a beast. He's out for a KO every single fight. Sizes of I with max of first I and earn size. Then we kind of have to just like do the same result. Then we kind of have to just do the same code for the second one. So we're increasing the size and we're going to say result equals max of result and current size plus sizes of second I. Yeah, dude. You should just keep working on harder and harder problems. I think you've only started doing leak code hard for a year, but yeah, I would say just push yourself because you don't want to do so much questions and just be and not be good. So you want to work on problems that are gonna always make you better. at this point, it's like working smarter, not harder. You're working on problems that's gonna push you. It's gonna be rougher, but you're gonna get more out of it. But just keep doing as many questions, honestly. It's more about just you don't really need to go hard, but just like you don't really need to go hard, but just wait, what is this doing? Why are we getting three? Oh, dumb. Yeah, you don't really need to go crazy, but just bro, work on a lot of things. What I'm learning this year, a lot of the stuff I'm doing on the side is related to honestly the AI stuff. I've been trying to build like some AI agents and understanding agentic, like how to build agentic workflows and stuff. I'm building some tools for you guys though. Stuff to help you get jobs, stuff to help you get better at leak code. That's what I'm working on because that's the stuff that I enjoy doing. So stuff that is gonna help people in my community, I'm gonna build. That's what I'm focused on. That's what jamesperalta.com is gonna be all about. Like I'm building out some of my DSA notes. So I'm putting up like a bunch of like my notes there. You can practice on some assessments. You can I have my Peralta 75. So slowly building this out. There's gonna be a lot more stuff here. But yeah, I mean, go support if you have time. If you want to log in, there's gonna be more features. And just give feedback on what you want on the site or what would you need in order. I'm gonna put like resume templates every. Actually, if you actually want resume templates, I uploaded my resume here and like Jake's resume. So there's more stuff on that site. This is kind of a hidden tab. See how we did. Wrong answer? What? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Oh! Somebody, oh! He needs some milk.
On here. Debugging this stuff is so annoying. Expected. That's 6. Yeah. Oh, I need to. Ramen, what's up, man? How you doing? Grinding some code forces out. Trying to get better day by day. What's your plan for today? What's the move? You got an interview? Respect. Where at? Congrats, bro. Congrats. Citadel? No way. That's crazy. What kind? Robin, you're a legend. Yo, you got this. You got this. Lock in. You wanna do a mock? Dude, man. You're a legend. Yo, appreciate you. Thanks for the 10 gifted, man. Appreciate you. Enjoy the fights too. Thanks for the 10 gifted. And Citadel interview. You gotta lock in. You got this, man. You got this. Appreciate you for the gift. But Citadel is crazy. You're gonna make so much money there. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are too much prints? Too much prints. Lico Beast Mode. Lico Beast Mode. What's up, man? How you doing? How's your weekend going? Happy Saturday. Submit this. Yo, V. See what companies are doing for juniors in the next year. What do you mean by honestly see what companies are doing for juniors? What's up, man? Welcome. First time? Welcome, welcome. Favorite video game? It's probably NBA 2K. But what do you mean by doing for juniors? I think the thing is I don't think juniors are gonna be replaced. How does it feel for you right now? Are you like what I'm noticing is a lot of different functions are being allowed to code. So I'm noticing PMs are starting to code. Everybody in the company is learning how to vibe code and trying to push features. So the big bottleneck right now is code review. And I've seen that in multiple posts now, but honestly this year is gonna be they've been saying it's gonna be the year of AI agents from before, but I think this is the year where agents are gonna be pretty helpful. So gonna be like on-call agents, there's gonna be agents to do tasks for you. Little agents to do all the little automate all the different workflows in your job and just make people 10 times more productive. But I think there's a role for anybody, but the way that you should think about it, you shouldn't think about it from you're just going to be coding all day because AI is writing a lot of code. You should be thinking about it that you're going to be building software, you're going to be building products, you're going to be building infrastructure. You're your main job is to solve business problems and build products, build infrastructure. Writing code is just like one portion of the job that's being more abstracted away because of all these AI tools. For sure, I think obviously still know how to code because you're gonna be able to you're gonna be able to you need to be able to look at the outputs of the AI and see what's happening, and you need to think logically about what the how the AI is performing its job. At the end of the day, the AI was trained on humans who are software engineers, so it's gonna behave like them almost. The way that I see the AI implement the code is how usually how I would have done it if if I had more time. Like it kind of just does what I was gonna do really fast. Of course, it makes mistakes, but yo, Aisho, where are you from? Where are you tuning in from? To get the right answer? What? How's that the wrong answer? Toronto. What up? How's the weather? Any desk suggestions? I just got my desk straight out of IKEA. So I like to do the standing desk because if I sit for a long period of time, I need to be able to sit. Other than that, any desk from IKEA should be good. What's your budget? Steven, how's your new job though? How'd I get folded on this? Oh my.
Oh! Somebody, oh! He needs some milk.
You get the wrong answer. On where though? What? How do you debug 237th? You don't got IKEA? Okay, what's going on here? How'd that not work? Put the biggest test case possible. Okay, am I thinking about this problem wrong? Dude, honestly, I'll have to go with Patty just because sometimes you just gotta cheer for the next generation. I'm always for like the new kids. All the people coming up, usually I go for them. Except certain people like John Jones, I never want to see him lose. What about you? Who do you got? Bro, what's up with this question? How'd I get this question wrong? Gaethje? Dude, my favorite fighter? Yo, Ramen, I still can't believe you have an interview at Citadel though. That's crazy. Is it like phone screen? So if you pass it now, do you get the job officially? But yeah, I love Gaethje. Gaethje's super chill. There's no fighters I really hate that much. Some of them annoy me, but they're still funny to watch. There's no fighter. That's crazy. Did you have to do OA at the Citadel for what? Yo, how did I solve this chat? What's QRE? Ooh, that would be crazy. Are you gonna take it? Yeah, I mean, like, are you gonna take the interview? Because I know you already got some other stuff going on. But what the hell's going on? The thing is, I can't debug this case. Okay, might as well have to look this up because there's way too much. The output is so annoying. Bro, this is so annoying sometimes, like debugging a case, because they said I got wrong on, expected two and got one. Yeah, that was on the 2000 test case. Codeforces is actually so terrible with this. Okay, let me read. You merged. You're given array A and B, both of length m, both of length n. A merge of two arrays results in C composed of successively. Oh, okay. Oh, that's smart. That's smart. I'll be like, if I'm at this iteration, so I'm like this, huh? It's kind of smart. Can't believe you had to do some weird stuff just to see the output. Maybe that's for the contest. I get the wrong input though. I feel like I answered this correctly. Just find the longest sequence of numbers for every one in A. Crazy. Let's see if this actually works. See if this actually works. Yo, what's up? Roger, what's up, man? Damn, it caught me. Rambods. Okay, how hard is it to get Atlassian? Honestly, it's if you got the interview, it's all about just doing good in the interview. So the hard part with most companies is just landing the interview. But if they give you questions and you solve the questions, There's no company that's not gonna pass you. They're not gonna take whoever solved the question the best, usually, because most of the time people can't even solve the question. So they usually, from my experiences, we just take whoever can actually. We just keep taking candidates, and whoever can pass it gets moved on. But not that many people pass it. So it all depends on if you passed it. Okay, I'm gonna look at the solution for this. See if I'm doing it wrong. See if I'm going the right direction. Let me take off focus mode. Hint 1. Track long. Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I did. It's literally what I did. So I tracked the longest subarray for A. Are they gonna be different sizes, or they might be the same size? What's NGHC? I don't know the acronym. Yo, tens, what's up, man? Dude, I literally did this solution, but my code's not working. Man, the grind, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm solving like 1,000 rated questions. I have a contest tomorrow, and I'm gonna give the leak code one contest later today. But I'm just chilling. Mostly just hanging out right now. Array merging. Yeah, I already have that. Yo, I'm gonna throw this into AI. Fix my code. Hit 2K what? You're about to hit 2K rating? In what? Codeforces or Leak Code? What am I doing wrong? So I'm doing exactly what this guy says. Oh, Max. Oh, I'm so dim. I forgot to look Max over on X. Damn. Oh my god. Which site? ChatGPT? Which site are you talking about? Leak Code? Damn, I'm so dim. TLE? Yeah, it's free. I love TLE. Give me a job at TLE. But don't worry, jamesperalta.com is gonna have everything you need soon. Just give me some time. I'm vibe coding it on the side. It's gonna be fully built out. If you want to support, I'll put the link. This is coming alive. If you want any features, let me know. I'm building out like the content library out a bit. I'm building out the content library a bit. So it's like coming up. I have all my patterns, little things about arrays and trees. Slowly building it out. The max. Okay, max. And and there's no repo link. It's closed sourced right now. Damn, I actually got folded like that. Wasn't thinking straight. Why did it take forever to have a case like that though? Like 2000. Why can't I see the case? They should have that case earlier.
Oh! He needs some milk.
Farzan, are you gonna give the contest today? Or do the contest? Alright, let's see. Pass, pass. Pass, please. Alright, I'm doing the div 3 once more too. Let's go!
He needs some milk.
Yeah, Lico contest timing. I literally have to. This grind. This grind that I've been doing for getting my. Yeah, I'll probably upsolve. I'll do a stream upsolving, but this grind that I'm doing for like lead code and Codeforces, it's gonna take away a lot of my personal life. But it's the winter, so I'm gonna grind in the winter, probably Q1, Q2, then usually Q3s and Q4s. I'm enjoying my life. So, but we solved the question. Array merging. Perfect. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Did I end up upsolving? I mean, I know how to solve it now. I didn't like go ahead and implement it though. Do I have a goal for Codeforces? My goal for Codeforces is 1600 elo. So essentially my goal is just get this to 1600 and get this to 2000, then I'm chilling. It's a grind though, but I think which song? This song? That song? That's my friend. One of my friends made the song. It's funny. I'm not gonna lie. Before the song was, he said neat code. He's like neat code, beast mode, leak code, and I was like, I sent him. I was like, bro, turn this into leak code, beast mode, and remove out the leak code, and I'll put it on my channel. Damn, you've been doing Zins? Why? I've tried Zins a couple times, bro. Nicotine is the craziest drug ever. You shouldn't be doing nicotine. Who here does nicotine? I could tell why. I could tell how people get addicted to nicotine, though. What's I? Oh, I heard of that. You're chronically addicted to nicotine. Why are you chronically addicted to nicotine? Is it just like culturally? I know some people they like to do shisha and like their whole family up and down does shisha. So go through a 50K puff a week. You low key have a Toronto accent, fam. Job hunter cap. Yo, two twos, fam. That's a Toronto accent. Yo, two twos, broski. Who watches those like Toronto street interviews? Two twos, my word. It's so comedy. All right, let's do the next question. Is this some math? Is this some math? All right, let's lock in. Let's lock in. Let's lock in, boys. Yeah, Team Alberta. I'm originally the first place I moved though was Vancouver. Then I moved to Alberta. Then I moved to San Francisco. So I've been in the Bay Area for 5 years, but I'll never be considered a native out here. They just don't let that slide. Who goes? Who's both of them? Let's do this next question. 1791D. 1791D. Dot. One shot this question. Man, y'all got high hopes for me. Y'all really, y'all seen me enough. If it's anything math related, I get folded. So denote f of x for function for a string x as the number of distinct characters that the string contains. For example, ABC equals 3, FBB equals 1, and FB equals 3 distinct. Given a string S, split it into two non-empty strings A and B such that f of A plus f of B is the maximum possible. In other words, find the maximum possible value of f of A plus f of B such that A plus B equals S. Okay? So the input. So we just need to. So we're given f of. We're gonna be given a string S, like this. Yeah, I guess literally you just need to know the distinct. You can kind of like do a prefix sum. If you just know the distinct here, and you could just calculate along the way. If you know the distinct here, and then you have like a suffix of how many distinct are in here, like you do a prefix and a suffix, and then each time you're just multiplying the current prefix by like the suffix, and then you're just maximizing that result. Something like that. We could actually only just calculate the suffix. So this one has a distinct 1, this distinct 2, like from the back. Pause. And then from there, yeah, you figure out like, and then while you go from left to right, pause on that. But like, yeah, something like that, right? Chat. How is this a 1,000 rated question? Should we might need to up it to like the 1,100. We're gonna up it because my rating is literally is already 1,000 essentially. Is 936, so we're gonna have to up it to like 1,100. So I think all we need to do is generate like a suffix. And then something like this. So that's gonna give us array. Say array. Then we're gonna have to generate the suffix. Should we use a set or an array? I'm gonna use a set. But array is probably more efficient. I should probably start using arrays in order to maximize, but we're gonna do a suffix. For I in length of array, what we're gonna do is add 0. Then we're gonna go from the back, pause, on the array. Then we're gonna do for I in range length of array, -1, -1, -1. What are we gonna do? We're gonna do suffix at I equals like the length, or yeah, the length of distinct. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do distinct dot add array I, something like that. So that's gonna build the size of the array A there. And then what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Yeah, now we just move from left to right. So moving from left to right, we need to figure out. We could set distinct back into here. Let's see. Then we'll go from right to left. We're gonna say for I in range length of array. What we're gonna do is we're gonna move from left to right on this array. And we're gonna do this distinct to add. Result equals max of result. And we'll say distinct or length of distinct times suffix. We need to split it into twos, right? Yeah, we need to kind of loop from I. Suffix. Something like this. What do you mean there's only 26? So you want me to build in an array essentially? Is that what you're saying? Shit. That's not right. Even worse. Okay, wait, let's see. How'd I get 12? See what this looks like. A little bit debugging. Yeah. I'll get Patrick lives in my hometown, so Patrick's a funny guy. Patrick's a funny guy. He lives in my hometown though, but he's working now. We're gonna try to get him into Fang. But he doesn't really do leak code, but we're gonna get him on that leak code. Which one? The one that he said he didn't want to lock in? Oh, we have to add? We have to add? Why do we have to add? Oh, we multiply. My bad. I didn't know we had to add. Yo, this guy, he's a funny kid, man. That guy is hilarious. Yeah. He's on one. He's on one. He's the type of guy you'll see at Burning Man. His money. Easy money. Easy money. Let's go.
This is not my main thing, really, I'm a coder.
Money. Yo, we're just breezing through these questions. Okay, I'm starting to think that 1,000 rating is getting a little low for us, but we're gonna try maybe like, let's see, let's try like a couple more, and then let's actually ramp it. Let's get to 1,100, cause we did a couple 1,000, and we'll slowly ramp it to see where our limits are. Every day we'll try to go from like 1,000 to see how far we can push it. We're gonna work on this question now. Taking a quick break. Let me take a quick break. Yeah, me personally, I wouldn't pay $600 or $1,000 for a lesbian dance class. That's just personal opinion. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about you, Farzan, but probably that's the type of stuff that they have at Berkeley. Those type of classes. Shots. Alright, let's see what's happening tonight. Yo, who here has used Claude Code? Chat, who uses Claude Code? It's fire. Today's a good day, man. Today's a good day. UFC. Far as that, I'm gonna try to. I might. I don't know if I could go corporate for this for any longer, man. I might have to try to start something, especially money's being thrown left and right. I have less than a year in me, but I have some big trips planned. That's the thing. I don't just crash out and just leave. But I don't see myself working at a corporate after 2026. I'm gonna try to start something. I don't know. We'll see. Dude, there's like, yeah, I want to try to start a company. Like, no, I mean, corporate isn't like large company. That's kind of, yeah. The thing is, if you don't commit, then it's hard to do two things at once. Like, you're gonna do both things kind of medium. Cause the thing is, yeah, like at work, there's just so much ideas that's coming in my head of things that I want to try out, but then it's hard to just fit it in. I mean, no, I don't know if I'd want to be a founding engineer because I'd rather just start something up. Because the thing is, I just know people who are similar to my position, even when they were younger, they were able to they had ideas and they were able to raise like angel investment for their ideas, and then they just pretty much instead of working corporate, they got the time to work on their idea and try to build it out. So I have different ideas, and I feel like I just want focus on those ideas. Dude, I suck at Codeforces. I only did like a couple of contests. My rating is trash. But if you want to see it, 936 rating. But we're gonna get it up to 1,000 tomorrow. Cause far as that, the way that I see it though. Oh, what the crashed? Crash. Sorry, my bad. Do you feel pressure for this layoff thing that is happening frequently? I'm not really. Honestly, I don't feel pressure about the layoffs at all. Just because I save my money. Like I've saved enough money to not work for a bit. My expenses are low. So, and I have other ways to generate money outside of work. But if I didn't have other ways to generate money and I didn't have anything saved, then I'd be worried about getting laid off. But the way I see it now is if I ever get laid off, they usually give you severance and that's just free money to go. That's just kind of like seed money right there. That's the way I see it right now. But save up your money when you're working. You could be if you're making a lot of money. If you're making a lot of money, save some of that money too. But I'm not really that guy who saves money though. I spend a lot of money as well, but I feel like just make sure you have some for the rainy day. Our lifestyle inflation, yeah. Honestly, I've been living in a very small apartment for the 5 years right now, and I pay around like 1700 in rent. So as I've been making more money, I haven't really increased my lifestyle. I guess nah, that's a lie though, because I've done like some wild stuff, like a lot more traveling and stuff like that. Eat out, but the thing is, I've never been the type to try to save money. I always just if there's something happening, I'm gonna spend money. But my goal is always just try to make money. Instead of focusing on how much you could save, focus on how much you can make. That's always been my philosophy. Is it competitive? It's pretty insanely competitive. Like lots of people doing really good crazy stuff. There's like when you just look around, even the product managers are pushing crazy code and they're pushing crazy things. They're pretty empowered to do that stuff. So I would say it's pretty competitive. Do you offer one-on-one interview coaching? Not really. If you start your own thing, can you make a promise to at least give your viewers an interview for junior roles? Yeah, 100%. The thing is, the space that I want to build in is to help software engineers with whatever they're doing. So there's a lot of ideas that I have related to just helping people become better engineers, like helping them with their interview process. There's so many different ideas that I want to try to put out there. But my main focus is if I ever start a startup, a lot of the things and tools and ideas that I have is related to the space because I love the space. I want to help other engineers with their problems. You know what I mean? Like if I'm debugging a production issue, I want to be debugging a production issue in behalf of some engineer that I'm solving a problem for because that's the user base that I know. I don't want to be solving like some random on-call issue for some user that I don't really relate with. So anything the stuff I want to build is related to tech. That's kind of where I'm gonna be at. There's so much ideas though. There's a lot of ideas. Nice. Yeah, from one side, very competitive, but you just learn a lot because everyone around you is pumping out some crazy stuff. Appreciate you. I'll send him a pic of that. See. Yeah, yeah. What's your Codeforces profile? Send it. Or send me the username, I'll search him up. But the thing is, when you work at some of these big companies, there's so many people all working towards the same goal. And then there's if you have like 20,000 engineers, if you have 1,000 of them that are super super good, you get to see their work and you get to see what they're building. You get to use what they're building and you just gain inspiration and you just get introduced to a lot more things too. Damn, this guy's so high up. All you have to do is rating and then search by country. Where's Slovenia? Which one? There's two. Oh, damn, you're up. You're up in Slovenia. That's crazy. What's your rating? Damn, 2,000. You're ranked third. That's crazy, dude. What? I wonder what country mine is. I wonder. Let's go to Canada. Let's see how good people are in Canada at this. I'm actually interested. Canada. What's the highest rating in Canada? Damn. Where's my boy Plasmatic? Yo, Plasmatic is here too. What is he ranked? He's close up there. That's crazy. So this is the best Canadian right here. You do C++ only? Yeah, no, not me, not me. Okay, we're gonna do we're gonna try to up the rating. 1100 rating. We were doing 1,000 before, but we're gonna do 1100 now. Let's lock in. Let's lock in. Good luck. Good luck. I'll let you know how it goes. Let you know how it goes. The contest for me is 6:30. So I'm doing the leak code one. That's like in 3 hours. So I got some time. 3 hours, and then I have to wake up in the morning and do the Codeforces one. So it's gonna be a couple contests. So I'm gonna do this contest in the morning. They got a mock interview with somebody from Ireland. Oh, you do the leak code contest too? What's your leak code rating? Philip, how hard do you think you'll get to X, or how hard will it take to get to expert? I'm trying to get to 1600 rating. Any advice for me? Distinct non-empty strings you can generate by replying to command. Like 5 contests to get to expert? I'm already at 3. I'm only at 1,000. What are you talking about? That's crazy. Yeah, to get to 1600. Dude, my goal is to get to 1600 by the end of the year. No, but like, how hard is it? I'm sure it's not only take me 5 contests. Why? It depends on how good you are. Would you say it's okay to put projects but showcase AI management skills, like showcasing that we know how to use tools, run them in parallel, and the technologies used, etc.? Yeah, I think if you showcase that you know how to use agents, it's gonna look good on your resume. I would say when you build projects though, build projects that have and try to build projects that's gonna have users, because that's what's been separating people these days. It's not just being able to build a thing, but being able to build the right thing that solves a problem for somebody and that people actually use and that you maintain. That will put you above all the competition. Yeah, try to, because right now generating or writing code is not the bottleneck. That's the term you'll hear a lot. I'm not the only one saying this. Writing code is not the bottleneck. So if you have projects and all you show is that you know how to write code, that's not really that cool anymore or that beneficial. Being able to find the right problems to work on, being able to solve the right problems, being able to market or get people to use it is way more important these days. Being able to analyze code and ensure it's bug free, that's also very important these days. But just straight up being a coding machine, that's not really an archetype that's going to be around for much longer, because the real coding machine is Claude. Okay. What? Non-empty strings that can be generated by applying the given operations on the initial string any number of times. So we're given a string, we can remove the first or we can remove the second. Or the second. Your task to find the number of distinct non-empty strings. Okay, so I guess we first start with A, and then we could remove the first character or the second. Interesting. So I guess if we look at this as a tree, I mean we can get A. If we delete, if we delete A here and we delete an A there, it's gonna end up the same thing. Yeah, it seems like it might just be straight up, but that's usually brute force thinking. Sometimes in Codeforces, you can think of a way that, but I'm trying to think if it's possible that. Do you have to do both? We start off here. Okay. I think maybe we start with AB8. Since we could only remove the first two, I think the number of ways you just need to multiply by like the last one. So what's the number of ways here that we can split this up? We could essentially just split it up. If these are both the same, we can split up in one way, like remove this. But removing this will lead, removing the second one will lead to the same thing. So we just count that as one maybe. Like, do we actually want to brute force it? And maybe, what if we can look here, ABA? What's your leak code? Wait, let me try this out quick, ABA. So with ABA, yeah, we could just like hash it. We could do a backtracking DP. I don't think the links actually work. I don't know if the links actually work. Do we just do a backtracking? Yeah, we could just do a backtracking. I'll look you up. Is this you? Little TJ? It says Slovenia. Are you grinding your rating up this year? 224 what? Yeah. Damn, you're going crazy. Oh yeah, it's 2024. Start doing contests again. Let's see how high rating we can get. So what do y'all think for this? Like a backtracking? What are y'all thinking for this? Like a backtracking? I can't see any other way. But there's literally two options per. Okay, how big does the N get? That's a big N though. So it's kind of like, because we're making two decisions, kind of like 2 to the N. Yeah, it's kind of like 2 to the n. But I guess if we cash, they got you taking discrete structures. Man, I love that course. That's once you learn discrete, take it, take it. Discrete structures. What is that even? The first character or the second character? I'm just gonna implement this. I'm old, bro. I'm old. Everyone in the chat been asking me that. Make a guess. That's crazy. I've been working for 5 years. You think I'm 24? I'm I I, I graduate in 6 years. I'm same age as the other guy. I'm 28. I'm unk, bro. I've been coding for like 10 years now. Look, let me fix my green screen. Fix my green screen. What's going on? How old are you? Get some sun in. Perfect. I'm getting the beautiful San Francisco sun in right now. Unk status. Yeah. Now the thing is, like, you just time flies. You know what I mean? Like when I first came into SF, I was young, and then all of a sudden you're not young no more. So you just gotta. It's gonna happen to everyone. You know what I mean? But like people at my work still think I'm young, but I mean when you're hitting like 27, 28, that's really your prime because that's when you start making your money, get to do a lot of things. But honestly, as soon as I started working, probably took me a year where I had to save my money a little bit, but then ever since like the last 3 4 years I've been very living very good. Let's see. So what we're going to do is like for every single we're going to do like a backtrack or DP. Yeah, I'm Filipino. I'm not from the Bay, but I've been here for 5 years. Are you from the Bay? Where are you from? A. So we're thinking. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna take a hint on this. Can't lie. I'm gonna take a hint. Different sequences of operations can produce the same result. Like they must be the same. They must have the same. If they have the exact same, if we're pointing at the exact same character, they're gonna have the same result. It's gonna deleting them is just gonna produce one result. Yeah, you can break into Lockheed Martin for sure. Goes to -2. Hit 2. I can't figure. Only at its for to count each unique string. Why is it enough? James, I can see why King Solomon found these Asian baddies so cute. Where are you? Where do you go to school? Philosopher, you're into Asian girls? Philosopher. He's saying Asian baddies are so cute. Where are you based? Where are you living? Okay, I think I have enough hints on this question. Time to implement. Don't want to roommate with friends. Yeah. So where are you based right now, A? Like where'd you move to? It's expensive, yeah. I don't pay that much in rent though. I'm paying around 1,700 in rent a month. Yo, this question is like the type that you have to just straight up. So if BC kind of like a backtracking. This oh wait. I live in a tiny apartment. My apartment's like 2,000 square feet. No, I have friends living in a one bedroom. Most of my friends pay around 2K, 2 to 2. When did you move out? The rent prices have dropped, but it's starting to increase a little bit more now. Man, this is like some dynamic programming. So we can take out this. So y'all are gonna see me actually figure out how to do a DP question. Which company are you team matching for? That's crazy. Any advice? Maybe start reaching out to people, be very proactive. If you're in team matching, just wait, but reach out to people, be proactive. I'm sure they're not going to take you out. When I was at Meta, my team matching was multiple months. Don't get discouraged. But congrats, man. You about to make that. You're up. You're up at Netflix. I kind of want to work at Netflix too. Regular studio is 3K? Maybe back in the days, things dropped. Things have dropped since COVID. Yes, sir.
This is not my main thing, really, I'm a coder.
A soundboard now. So we just kind of need to recurse until we see a pattern. So we can delete one or the other or leave it. So this is like 1. Then we can break this. This is going to return +2 because we can break it. 1 plus +2. We're going to return this. 1. Is Python worth learning? Anthropic just invested like 50 billion into Python. Something like that. 1.5 million. Like somebody invested a lot of money in Python. So I think it's definitely still worth learning. Only 1.5 mil? Nah, I saw like some other bigger ones. How much would you say you need to make an SF to live comfortably, not share an apartment, no own a car, not struggle? Probably 150K. 150K, 130K, you're good. I know people making just 100 flat, but they have roommates. But if you want to live by yourself, if you're making like 150K, you probably make, let's say if you're making 50 after taxes, you're probably making 4 grand a month after taxes here. Or 4 grand a paycheck. That's 8 grand a month. If you like pretty much one of your paychecks will go to rent, and then with 100, I would say 130K, you could live in SF. 130K is that number. You might not be saving much, but you're definitely gonna be. Exactly. Like just look at what companies are investing in. I think all we need to care about is the first 2 characters and then the length of the string. What MacBook do I have? Let me check. Apple M3 Pro. Alpha's in the building. Yo, Alpha, I'm gonna send you. Uh, like some guy was saying, he's like, you and Alpha are really stimulating. No Diddy, so funny. Yo, but we're doing leak code. We're doing Codeforces. Alpha, what have you been up to? Are you doing mocks today? You doing mocks today? I think you did 3. Holy. Anybody good? Anybody passed? Have you ever thought of moving into ML Eng, not research or just engineer roles? I thought about it. Seems even more saturated than Sweet right now. Sounds fun though. On like at my current company, everyone has to do has to move into machine learning Eng. As in, we are right now. I have to learn how to build agents and start automating some of my workflows with agents. This is what I have to do for my job. And multiple people I know across multiple companies have to do the same thing. So everyone's kind of getting moved towards it. Good night, man. Alpha Alpha doesn't charge him because he's getting a ton of views. He's farming them. That's what's happening. He doesn't need to charge. But he's giving them free game. The amount of what Alpha the value Alpha is giving them is worth it. You know what I mean? Like people charging $200 per interview, but Alpha's giving it for free. Does it only for AI training data to later, bro? Yo, you caught us. You caught us. Alpha doesn't need no money. Alpha got money. Yeah. Yeah, because the thing that Alpha has to deal with is literally people. Alpha, if you're broke, then you're wild with your money. Okay, that's different. If you're investing your paycheck, you're not broke. Yo, what's the 401k match at Apple like? I think all we need to do is store a tuple of like the initial 2 and the length. And then when we backtrack, we don't have to check. Yeah. Meta match is like half your paycheck. So if you put like 20K in 401k, they give you 10K. So it's just in 201 in. Yeah, it's 50% match, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, they get, but it's essentially the same thing. They give you 100% match of so if they'll give you 100% match of your first 10. It's actually it's a bit better than because like if you can afford to put everything in, then you still get it. But if you could afford to put 20K, it's essentially the same as 50% on 100%. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what's up. Yo, chat, what do y'all invest in? I just put everything in like VOO. What are y'all investment? How are people not retired? Yeah, you could do mega. Should I do that? I did it a little bit last year. How are people not retired? Dude, people retired if you work 5 years at any of a fan company and you moved up and you meet expectations or exceeds at all, you're gonna be able to retire because the bonuses that you get as well are like 15-20%. I don't do mega backdoor. The reason I don't do mega backdoor is because like I want some money that I have in cash, right? That I don't want hold up in my 401k. So I want some money like if I ever quit or try to start something that I have money that I don't have to pull up my 401k. So that's the kind of that's the trade-off there. So I've been building up like I still take the money and invest it, but I don't put it in a back door. Or I don't put it in I just put it in a normal brokerage account because I want to be able to pull it out at any time. The thing is I'm not a citizen here. If I get kicked out the country and all my money is held up in 401k, what am I going to do? I can't invest in a RIA after if you make more than like 120 grand or something like that. Why not try starting your own startup? Don't worry. Like I'm trying to. Don't worry. I have some ideas I came up with, but this will eventually get to like AA. So I think all we need to compare is like AA, the first two characters and the length of the string. I'm not on H1B on TN though. They don't treat Canadians bad at all. They they don't treat Canadians bad at all. They treat Canadians pretty good. Yeah, but not everyone's making a startup. I know zero people who try to make a startup. The percentage of software engineers who try to make a startup is probably like 5%. People might have their own side projects, but startup, I don't know about that. Not everyone's building a startup. Hey chat, what are we thinking here? It's just like straight up. Okay, I think we just need to maintain the first character and the length. We're gonna store a tuple of, and then that's gonna be our cache, the first two and the length. We just don't want to double count that. If we get there, we want to return. Doing med school? Nah. Alpha didn't Alpha already try that? Med school is fun if you want to be a doctor. Don't have to grind interviews. What's so bad about grinding interviews? Is Lee that depressing? Is Lee that depressing, chat? Yeah, exactly. Alpha already dropped that. Alpha, you're pretty. How'd you get into that? You're pretty smart, huh? Like in school, did you just always have high marks? What am I doing? I mean, for sure we need more doctors. People should take med school, but just I just wouldn't do it because this is not what I was interested in. You know what I mean? And I wasn't that good at bio and stuff. That was like the worst subject for me. When did you start getting straight A's? Like high school? Oh, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. How'd you get into UCSD if you didn't have high marks? You need high marks to get into UCSD, right? Um, oh, it's easier if you transfer type thing? Oh, okay, I see. That makes sense. Backtrack of array. Zero. So what we're gonna do is if at some point we're gonna get to the end. We're gonna pass in here. Yeah, tech is like they don't care about grades, they just care about grind. So I feel like it levels the playing field a bit because you know it's not about who you know, it's not about what school how good you did in school. It's more about are you willing to put the work in. I mean, we're replacing ourselves because we know ourselves the best. BC. Philip, what's up? How the hell do you solve this question, BC? I think we just recurse. We give the index of like see if we have like All right, chat. Try to take a look at this question. I'm gonna take a quick break because I've been going for 2 hours. Maybe taking a quick break is gonna clear my mind, but we're gonna grind it. Do you think solving leak code? I think solving leak code might be less. It's gonna start getting less and less relevant, but right now you still need to grind it. I think you still need to grind it. That's just from what I see. I'm gonna take a quick break, chat. All right, everyone, try to solve this question. I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break just to see if I can come back stronger on this question. Alpha, where are you gonna do your masters? Maybe I'll do a masters too, like so I can do research. I was thinking I might apply to like University of Toronto or something like that. Kind of want to work on AI stuff. Maybe like AI research. Well, I don't want to do online. I want to do straight. I want to be in person. I definitely don't want to do online. I want to meet people, have fun. Yeah, I think it'll be more fun. But also a lot of opportunity costs. For example, like you miss out on a lot of income. We back, we back. Picked up some stuff from the store, some blueberries.
This is not my main thing, really, I'm a coder.
Who uses hack? Nobody uses hack. Nobody uses hack. Why would you use hack? You make what? Is that a future song? Nah, it's
Cold beast mode, 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 cold.
who's my favorite artist? Shit. Good question. Has to be. It really depends, honestly. Like a staple is obviously staple artists I listen to is like Drake, Future, Lil Baby. For sure, the artist that I listen to every year that shows up on my Spotify is Drake and Future and Meek Mill. But then after the rest of them like swap out. Like one year I was really into Rod Wave. One year I was into Polo G and Lil TJ. One year I was into A Boogie. This year I've been listening to a lot of Spanish music. So I just been just listening to switched it up a bit. Just because I'm always in places where they're playing Spanish music, like Spanish clubs and stuff like that. So I just got used to listening to Spanish. You don't like Meek? Bro, I was listening to Meek Mill since like 20. I was listening to Meek Mill since like 2013. So his stuff is just. I love Meek. That's one of my favorite artists for sure. You don't like Meek? Only unks listen to Meek? How old are you? Ain't no way only unks listen to Meek. Who do you listen to? Name your top five. I listen to Kodak too. Who do you listen to? Damn, that's crazy. They said only unks listen to Meek. No way. No way. The thing is, he doesn't drop music, but when he drops music, it's gonna bang. Are you an unk too? Yeah, Dreams and Nightmares. That was a hit. When I was in high school, is when that actually came out. That's still a club banger to this day. While I got coffin shopping. What do you mean? I love Tupac too. I used to listen to only 80s and 90s rap when I was younger. Really I listened up I listened to Bubba. Okay, I'll look them up. I'll look them up. Are they rappers? Yo, this protein from Costco is so good. It doesn't really taste like protein. 20 grams of protein. Yeah, I need to like actually try to. I'm gonna try to solve this with a pen and paper. This is a pen and paper thing. Keep up with the kids. I know people in their early 20s and they're like we're in like where I'm from, my neighborhood, people are still listening to Kodak. Like all the same people that I was listening to, they're still listening to the same people. So I mean Kodak's my age, so he's not that old. Yeah, people still listen to Uzi right now. So we're giving. Yeah, I'll look them up after the stream. I can't. I don't know if I can listen to them. Hold on. I'm just like I have to whiteboard this. Alpha, who do you listen to? Like, what's your favorite artist? ABB. Then I go BBA. I have to whiteboard this BAB. Because you have to keep one or the other. You haven't heard of Playboy Cardi? No way. He's weird though. He's weird. But I used to listen to Playboy Cardi a little bit. He's a little weird. Where do you see an AVA? Can split up. Do we not want to count this once? So this is gonna return 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Man, do we just brute force this? Or do we go from the back? One, two. No, I think we could just brute force it and then cash. Brute force top down DP then cash. I think it's a top down DP then cash and yeah. Like at each one we're cutting off half. So it's really it's like almost all van. But then how do we create what's the brand of protein? It's called Kobani. Kobani. It's pretty good. You like the alternative dress style and rap though. I don't know about that. Depends. Some people put on the worst outfits ever. I think all we need to care about is the first character and then the last two. Or in the length. It's maybe it's a yogurt to the DP. Oh, there's like a top bottom up. Bro, is that simple? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's crazy. No way. So I think yeah, it's simple as like you're given A, because you can if you see A, you can create like this. Create A B A B A. If I see A, put 5. How does that work? Yeah, I'm watching the UFC fights. Who's fighting right now? I just looked on this calendar. Who's fighting right now? 2:30. So start fighting. Germ, what's up, man? Of course. I for the first time. Okay, how would that work for? I'm chilling, man. Am I rooting for Patty? Yeah. I want to see Patty win. How does this work? What's the math behind this? This is so extra. Input string equals. Okay. Okay. In frequency. Why is this n log n? Distinct. Dude, yeah, this is like some DP. Okay, that kind of makes more sense. I have to read the code to understand what's going on. See, at some point, you just gotta look at the solution. That's what I did here. Dictionary to store frequency of each character in the string. Number to count distinct characters. Okay, up to each index. When do we use frequency? Why don't we just use a set? If the frequency count of the current character. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why they did this. Why didn't they? This is like complicated. Oh, I'm at the 1100 rated now. It's crazy. What? Did you try this one? Yeah, this one's harder. It's like a DP. But I could have done it probably top down, forced it. Like I could have forced it top down, but I wanted to come up with a bottom up. I feel like doing the top down here. Maybe if I was in a contest, I would have just done top down and just brute forced it. But honestly, it might TLE though. Why doesn't this work? Like they gave me a bad solution, huh? Why is complexity n log n? Evan, what's up? Yeah, what's up? Evan, for sure I remember you. I remember the name right away and I was just wondering if it was gonna. But yeah, I remember. How's life been? I remember you said you were in school. Been trying to grind this lead code. I've been trying to do Codeforces. Yeah, it's been a while since we met. And how do I get this? The thing is, the solution said one thing. Dude, that's sick. Congrats. ML research at a neuroscience lab. Congratulations. What was the interview process like? That's pretty cool. ML research. Where is it going to be based? Here in SF or somewhere else, like South Bay? Where'd you go again? You went like SF City University or SF State? Or I forget. What was the. GLE Eliminator is goaded.
My name is Harsh, and today we will be discussing the very first problem from the CP31 sheet by TLE eliminators under the 1100 rating range. So let's begin. I will be moving on to the CP31 sheet.
Damn, they came a long way.
We can see the 1100 rating parameter has been ticked. So, and we can see the clickable link of our problem. Okay. So first of all, what the question is? The question is that you are given a string. Let's suppose I assume any string. Initially, let's suppose assume a string A, B, C, A, D. Now, from this string, you can either remove the first character or the second character and generate some other string. So let's suppose from this particular string, I decided to remove the first character. So if I remove the first character, the string that I will obtain is BCAD. Let me take I will obtain BCAD. And if I remove the second character, if I decide to remove the second character, the string that I will obtain is ACAD. Now from this particular string, again I have two options. I can either remove the first character or the second character. So let me remove the first character. If I remove the first character, the string that I will obtain is CAD. If I remove the second character, the string that I will obtain is BAD. Similarly, from this particular string, again I have two options. Removing the first character gives me CAD, and removing the second character gives me AAD. Now again from this particular string, I have two options. Either I remove the first character or the second character. If I remove the first one, I get AD. If I remove the second one, I get CD. Similarly from this string, removing the first character gives me AD.
Yeah, it's kind of what I built out.
Gives me BD. Again from this string, you can see that this string was already encountered before, so we are not breaking this string again since we have already done this one time. Now from this particular string, again we have two options. Either we get AD, or even if we remove the second character, we will get AD only, so we are getting the same string. Now again, we are getting 3 ADs, so we will break only one AD. So if we break this particular AD, the possible strings are A and D. We will obtain A when we will remove the second character, we will obtain D when we will remove the first character. Similarly from CD, we will obtain C and D. And from BD, we will obtain B and D. Now, what were the steps that we followed every time? We either remove the first character or the second character, right? Now let's count the number of distinct strings that we were able to obtain. So this is one of the distinct string. This is the one, this is the one. Then this CAD has been encountered before, so we are not counting it again. Then this AAD, then this AD, CD, and BD, and then this A, B, C, and B. So can you count the number of distinct non-empty strings that you were able to obtain? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So you were able to obtain 13 distinct non-empty strings.
Yes, sir.
So the answer with this particular string as a starting string will be 13. This is actually the demand of the question, that how how many distinct non-empty strings you can generate if you are at every point of time removing either the first character or the second character from the string. This is actually what the question is.
Sure.
So I hope the question is clear. So how we can solve this? So if you think of what we want the total number of distinct non-empty substrings. So initially when we had the string with us, A, B, C, A, D, initially when we started with A, B, C, A, D, what is the length of the string? The length of the string is 5, right? Now what are the possible strings that you can obtain? The strings that you can obtain can either be of length 5, can either be of length 4, can either be of length 3, can either be of length 2, or it can be of length 1, right? If I say you that I have a string of length 5, tell me the number of characters that you will delete from this original string. You will remove 0 characters, right? Similarly, if I talk of string of length 4, how many characters will you remove? You will remove 1 character. Similarly, when I talk of string of length 3, how many characters to remove? 2. Similarly, when I talk of string of length 2, how many characters will you remove? 3. Similarly, when I talk of string of length 1, how many characters you will remove? 4, right?
You need a mock? Okay, jump on the Discord. If you need Airbnb, you want to run a mock right now?
So if we are able to find that, okay, how many
Are you on the Discord?
of length 4 are there? Let me tell you the length of number of strings of length 4 is x1.
Okay, email me right now, real quick. Email me and I'll set up a calendar invite. And you should book with Alpha. Alpha, you still in here? Yo, Alpha, you want to run a mock with this guy? Are you? I don't know if you're still doing mocks today. So you want to do a mock right now? Yo, Airbnb sick. Okay, I'm gonna send you a. Let me send you an invite. Okay, I'm a. Okay. Alpha and Paul, I'm gonna put you. I'm gonna put y'all as optional. Okay. I'll put y'all as optional. Just in case. Okay, I sent you an invite. Oh shoot, wait. I sent you an invite. Your code was way too slow. Okay, we're gonna figure this out after. Oh, they haven't ran a mock like this in literally. It's been a while. It's been a while. But he's interviewing at Airbnb, so we gotta set him up. Hey, what's up? I'm gonna send you a link to get
Hey
in.
man, how's it going?
I'm good. How about yourself?
What's up?
Let's see. Let me just send you the link.
I'm good, I'm good.
Oh, for CoderPad? Am I lagging? Let me just fix. Oh, okay. You're watching the stream. Yo, what's up? How you doing?
Yeah,
My bad. Just get off the stream because it might tweak.
okay. I
Or like for on your side, it might feedback, but it's all good. All right. Gonna run this real quick. Chat, how's the sound? Sounds good? Sounds fine. All right.
So to give you some context, it's for like an intern position. And I literally got the invite like 2 days back. So
No
I've just
way.
been doing a bunch of tags questions. So
All right. So like TLDR is you have a Airbnb internship position or internship interview,
yeah.
and you've only been preparing for 2 days.
Well, like I've been preparing for like the past like week. I didn't know like when it would be scheduled,
Oh,
but
okay.
then it just got scheduled. So
All right. So like, how do you feel with leak code in general? How many questions have you done?
I've done like a fair few. I'd say like think like 100 to 200, but
100,
a
200?
lot of the a lot of the like harder leak codes that I've seen like for the tag questions are like very like tricky,
Yeah.
and I've just been like I don't know, would you say like a lot of interns get asked like harder or like medium level questions?
It really depends. I think they won't. I don't think they'll ask the hardest questions, but they'll definitely ask mediums and maybe easier or harder easies and mediums, and maybe
Okay.
it depends on the company. But let's test your skills. What kind of questions do they ask? I've never interviewed at Airbnb or looked at any of their questions before, so I'm not sure what they ask. What are they? Is it usually arrays? Is it usually graphs?
From like what I've seen on the tagged, it's like a mix. And I I like looked at like they sent me some like practice material on HackerRank. So it's going to be conducted over HackerRank. And from what I saw, I think it's like around like medium to hards. I think there's some graph and some like DP questions. Um,
Okay.
but it really depends.
All right. Okay. The way I'm gonna run this interview is probably gonna last about 45 minutes. We're gonna
Okay.
try to do two questions because I just want to see where you're at with different concepts. So by the time 20 to 25 minutes hits, if you haven't solved the question, we're gonna move on to the next one because we're just here for prep. So I just want to
Okay.
see how
Okay.
you do in maybe in a couple of the topics. So the first question I'm gonna give you is let me think. Let me think. Hold up. Let me grab a question. Let me grab the question. Let me find the question. How are you feeling though? Have you been running mocks and stuff?
I've mainly been doing tagged. I've done like one or two mocks, but I'm feeling like okay. It's just if it's like a harder question, it like is very time consuming, right? And like a lot of the harder questions, I feel like have like tricks to them, which I've been trying to like get better at. So I'd say like I'm solid on like the fundamentals, but a lot of the more like advanced concepts is like where I'm trying to been like focus my prep on.
Okay. Let's see. See what are some good questions. All right. So pretty much this is what's gonna happen. We're gonna be given a array, right? And the array is gonna have some starting values. 1, 3, 5, 6, right? Make sense so far?
Okay.
We're gonna be
Yeah,
given an
yeah.
array with some values, and then we're gonna be given a max, which is equal. It could be a random max. So let's say the max is 10, and then we're gonna be given a list of operations, where each operation is gonna have the index and how much and the delta. It's gonna be index. So the index say 0 and we say delta 5. That means we're gonna, or we'll say increment is how much we're gonna increment the 0th index. If at any point any of the indexes go over the max, we want to reset the array back down to the original. So 1, 3, 5, and 6. So for example, we have 0, 5. Say we have 0, 5 like this, right? And the max is 10. Say for the first index, we have 3. So after one operation, after this first operation, the array, we're going to increment index 0 by 5. So this equals to 6,
Okay.
right? The second operation, index 1 is going to go up by 3. So this is going to go to 6. On the third operation, we're going to go increment 5 or the 0th element by 5. That goes to 11. That's over the max. It has to be strictly over the max. And then we have to reset everything back to the original.
Okay.
So
At
essentially,
what point
or go ahead.
would we like at what point would we terminate? So after we hit this and reset it, like would we terminate or we just terminate as soon as operations end?
By the end of the operations, I want you to tell me what is the final state of the array.
Oh, okay. I see. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I think I understand it. Um, so another question I wanted to ask. So at any point we hit our max, right? We have to reset it to only this original value.
Yeah. So you want to reset the array to its original state.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the very first state that the array was at, one, three,
Exactly.
five,
Yeah.
six.
The
No
beginning
other state.
state.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And any value can change to the max, and we want to return this. Okay.
Like if any value goes over the max value, if any index, we want to reset
Hmm.
back to the original.
Okay. Okay. I understand. Okay. Um,
What are your thoughts?
yeah, so I'd say then I would want to like depending on the operations, right? The operation, the first element of the operation lists like which element we're choosing, and then like we only have increment, right? So there's no decrement. So if this
Yep.
value is let's say instead of 5, this value is -2, would we still add or
Let's just assume all of it is positive. Well, I don't
positive?
know
Okay,
if it would
okay.
really matter here, but yeah, let's assume that it's all positive.
Okay, so assuming that it's all positive, then we increment to the ith element this value, and as soon as we check that, we are looping through operations, and we're doing the operation. If our operation results in uh, an element being greater than the max value, then we have to reset. So I'm thinking first off, we do need a temp array to store where our original array is.
Sure.
And then as we're going through operations, we're going to continue to modify our array. Or I guess actually we can modify like
So what would be sort of the runtime complexity of that solution?
so we have depending on how many operations we have, let's say we have like n operations, then it would be I think an O of n solution. And since we already have like a stored previous array, every time we reset, all we have to do is just change the values of like our copied array to like those new values. So I guess that operation um would like add to, depending on how many times we are like resetting, I think that would also add some complexity. So but I'm
Yeah.
just assuming that I'm just like setting it to that value.
Yeah. So what would be the final runtime complexity there?
So I would say I think it's linear, because I think since we can just set the array directly, that would be O of n or O of 1, and then linear for the number of operations. So if number of operations is n, O of n.
But then you said at some point when you reset, it's gonna cost you another O of n.
Yes. So since I'm just like changing, like let's say like our array to, I'm just directly setting it to like our copy, right? So array or a copy is equal to our original array.
Okay.
I think this would be O of 1, I want to say, because we're just directly copying over that reference.
Uh
Um, and like we're just setting all of the values. So but I think actually I think the dot copy, if we're doing this, this would, yeah, I think this would cost um another, like depending on the length of our array, yeah, it would cost like that and add that to our complexity. So I want to say I think then my final time complexity would be depending on the a number of times we hit our max. Worst case, it could be O of n times if there's m elements in the array, m. So O of n times m. If we're like
O of n
repeatedly
times
hitting the
m.
max
What if we just kept hitting the
and like we have to
max?
reset.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
makes more sense,
So
right?
worst case.
That time analysis. But
Yeah.
if we're hitting the max on every single operation, pretend it was 0 11, that would degrade to O of n squared, no?
Um. So you're saying every operation is hitting the max and we have to reset every single time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
So if I was the constraint, that would be a slow algorithm based on like we're gonna have a lot of operations. Let's say 10 over
Okay.
10 to the 8.
Okay.
That just would never finish running. Is there any way that we could speed it up?
Okay. So then in that case, maybe we could look at how many possible like values we're previously changing. So like the difference between like the current existing array and the original array, and maybe try and like only alter the values that we have like previously changed from operations. So when we're resetting, we only reset those specific values. So for that, we would maybe need we would still have to loop through, but we would maybe need, I think, hash maps to look for those specific values that was changed from operations.
Okay. So what would that look like?
Right. So uh I think it would be like like a hash map, obviously storing all of the changed values. So let's say, for example, in this operation, we have 6 is a changed value. So you're storing the 0th index, and that's changed by X amount. So 6 is changed by 5. So we just store the 0, and then we store the original value that we want to set it to 6. And then again, we would have to just loop through this hash map and set the values based off of that.
Okay, so how do we know something went over?
Right. So we are still like, this is based off of our copy. So if our copy of I is greater than our max, then based off of that, like if this is true, then we're going to still loop through like the values in our hash map and set them equal to this. So whatever is in our hash map, like we're going to say like for like key and value in hash map
Sure.
in like m dot items.
Yeah.
And then we're going to set in like for the copy, we're going to set in copy of m of, I think it's, so our key is k, so a, and we're going to set that equal to value v.
Are you talking about like
But
the deletion now or the reset?
the reset, yeah, this is the reset for the max. And I'm just storing every single time an operation happens, I'm storing the original value and the index.
Okay. All right. I think let's just start implementing. Let's see where it gets. I think you're on the
Okay.
right track. I think we can start implementing.
Okay. So then let's define a helper with, we're given an array and we're passed in operations. And let me just, this is our conditional, and we're going to loop through O in for op in, let's call this OPS for operations. And we're just going to increment that certain index. So let's say first and val is equal to this. And this is our index. And so we do if copy plus value is greater than max, then we go into this. Else,
What
we're
is this
just going to
doing for
do,
items? You're setting k equals to v.
yeah. So this is
Okay.
my like, this is my hash map, sorry. I'm setting it equal to the value in the hash map.
Okay.
And so else, we're just going to take copy of index and plus equal to value. And yeah, and then we also need to make sure that if we do this, right, we need to update our hash map. So our hash map has to equal to the original value. So if index is not in M, our hash map is going to update with the index and the original value. So I guess I'll do this statement after, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Keep going. Makes sense.
And then in the end, we're just going to return this copy that we had.
All right. Wait. Walk me through line by line after line 20 for ops and ops.
Okay, so this is like iterating through all the operations. We from some operation we get our index and then we
Yep.
get our value, and then we take at that index and we check is this going to be greater than this max value that we have.
Sure.
Let's define it as max. And if this is true, then that means that we're going to go through our hash map and we're going to, this is the reset. So we're going to reset the array through this, right? Else, this means that we're still in range, right? And if our index is not in our hash map, this means that we're altering a new value, right? We're altering a new index, sorry. So we're at a new index and we're adding to it. So we want to store what the original value is. So I'm taking m of index and setting it equal to copies index. And then after this, I'm just going to increment the original copy by our value. So this is just like adding the value at the end. And then in the end, just return the copy array, which is like the final result.
So does Airbnb let you run your code or no? Do they make you
I,
run your
I,
code?
I, I do think so. It looked like it was a hacker rank, so
Yeah,
I do think
I think they might.
they
So
let you run.
run it on a few test cases. Like run it, and I want to see it passing.
Okay,
Max
sure.
equals. So we're gonna put max as a
Let's
global
define,
variable.
yeah, and then I'm going to say helper. Let me say operations is equal to like this test case. Ops is equal to say this, and then let's say that array is equal to 1356, and then let's just call our helper print helper array ops just to see if it's running. Oh, okay. I think we can. Should I make this a 2D array or?
Was this tuple is not callable?
Yeah. So I think this I just need to make into a 2D array like this. I think that should be okay. 1356 is what is returned. So it hits. Let me just print out our copy and in each line just to confirm that. So it goes 6356, 6656, then it hits 115,656, so resets it, and then 3356, 3356. Yeah. Okay.
Zero, one, two. Let's run this. Okay. Wait, let me just verify. This part is interesting where the else statement right here,
Mm-hmm.
if it's not in here, that makes sense. We create it. But then we take the copy and we increment the value. Okay. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So
Okay, I
because
see.
we
I
know that
see.
it's not greater
Okay,
than
I
the
see. I
maxes.
see.
Yeah.
And it works.
Yeah.
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 That makes sense. All right. Okay, let's move on to the next question.
Okay.
That was Q1. I'll put you onto the next question. And they're gonna ask you leak code. That's what they said. Straight up leak code.
I do think so. It did say it's conducted on HackerRank via Zoom, so I think it is like mostly leak code, and like a lot of the like the interview prep material they sent also said it would be like leak code style.
I
So,
see. All right. I mean, you
but
did
thank you
good.
so much for doing
No,
this mock with me.
no
Like
problem.
I've just been like practicing and stuff. So
No, this is good. This is good. Have you been watching the channel? You just tuned in out of random and just saw it.
no, I saw like some of the videos on the channel, and I thought like you were also very helpful to like other like students as well. So
Oh yeah, 100%. All right. So this is the next question. We're gonna be given a root of a binary tree. The tree is gonna have unique values, and we're gonna be given an integer start. At minute 0, an infection starts from the node with value start, and at each minute, a node becomes infected if it's adjacent to a node that's currently infected. Return the number of minutes it needs for the entire tree to be infected. So just think about it. We're just given a binary tree. One of the nodes is gonna start off as infected. It's gonna infect its neighbors. For each second, it will affect the adjacent neighbors. And then
Okay.
you just need to tell me how long that's gonna take. I can give
Okay.
a clear example if you'd like
Yeah, yeah.
in the drawing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Or
Let
you
me
get it
just
or no?
I think I kind of understand. I just
Okay,
want
go
to
ahead.
draw out like
Yeah, go ahead.
an example real quick.
You lead the way in the drawing, and then I'll answer your questions there.
Okay. Okay. 1 second. Okay. So from what I'm understanding is that so you have a binary tree, right? Not a binary search tree, but it's consisting of some nodes like so. And we have some specified start um, S, like let's say ST,
Yeah,
and all of these nodes have values. Let's say this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 5, and this is 7.
sure.
And so our start can be specified as let's say 5.
Yeah,
Then we have to start an infection.
yeah,
So every single time an infection happens, we are essentially like connecting to all adjacent nodes.
yeah,
So at minute 1, we at t equals 1, we infect 3,
yeah,
and then 3 at t equals 2, we infect 1 and 7.
yeah,
And then at t equals 3, we are going to finally infect our node of 2, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yo,
Okay.
Chad, he's
So
doing good.
and essentially like
So
we
what's the
can start at
result here?
any
Did
possible
you say
point.
the result is 3? Or
Is 3.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
because we have like visited all. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Um and are we given the like number of nodes that we have in the tree initially, or like what are like the specific inputs that we have?
Well, we're just gonna be given the starting node.
Okay. 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 So then I'd say the first thing we do need to check is we do need to see like if a node is visited or not visited.
Well, actually,
And
we're
so
given the root of the binary tree, right? So this is a type node,
okay,
and then we're given an integer
of start. Okay.
of start. So we can assume start is in there. That's one thing to
Okay.
clarify. It's one of the nodes. And like I mentioned earlier, the tree has unique values. So you could identify the tree by its value or the node by its value. So, yeah.
Oh, so is this a binary search tree or it's still binary tree?
Just a regular binary tree.
Okay, 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 okay. Then in that case, I think the first thing that I was thinking about is first off, we do need to um need to find our start value. So in order to find this, we need to go through our tree a first time to locate like this position.
Sure.
So and this is at like some certain index.
Yeah.
And then after we're finding this start value, we're going to treat this start value as our new um, uh, treat this as like kind of our route where we're going to DFS from. So originally, I'm thinking we in order to find the start value, we're going to do like a BFS to find start, and then after that, we're going to do DFS through the rest of the nodes. We're going to have a visited set, and every time we DFS, we're going to increment our time by 1.
Every
So
time we DFS, we're gonna increment time. Okay.
because that's like a
Let me just
new
follow up here real
node.
quick. Why do we want to use a BFS to find the first value? Is that like why'd you pick
Right.
that?
So just as as soon as we like find this, we're going to like break our BFS because we know where we're going to start the infection from.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to just find the initial location, but
Okay.
then
But why did you
I'd
choose
say
the specific algorithm? I just want to understand your knowledge with like the different variations of tree traversals. Like why did you
right.
choose BFS? Why did you make that decision specifically?
Actually, I want to change my approach from what you said. I think it would be more accurate to use I think DFS to originally find start and then possibly like BFS to do the rest because it is by adjacency. So the reason I changed my approach is because DFS is specifically for checking for specific paths, right? So like going down the levels of the tree and trying to find a very specific like max depth to find this could help find a node, right? A lot
Sure.
faster, I feel like. But BFS is more of uh taking all possible like other if I can change the I'm just trying to change the color of the okay, taking like other nodes. So and like checking your surrounding levels and like kind of expanding out. So I'd say I think BFS would be more appropriate in order to start the infection. Well, I think DFS is more accurate to find a specific value.
Okay.
Does that kind of make sense? Sorry,
So you're
I
gonna
I, I kind of
yeah. Okay.
switched the approach.
So for finding the start, does it really matter what traversal we do?
I don't actually. I don't. Yeah, I think we could use DFS or BFS
Okay. And then for
because
what about
it
for spreading the infection? Does it matter if we use DFS or BFS?
I still think it would be better to use BFS, but again, I think like you can use both. So
Yep. Okay.
like I'd say like but I'd say like in terms of like knowing and keeping track of like all of the possible nodes when you're spreading the infection, right? I'd say it's a lot like easier to do BFS on that since we're like using a queue um and we can keep track of all of that a lot easier. So that's just why I was specifically wanting to use BFS for the infection. But you can still do it with DFS and it would just be I think a little bit harder to implement. So
Okay. So what's your final algo?
Um, right. So I'd say DFS to originally find our start node, and then when we do find that, we can break, and then we start our infection using BFS. And every time we add uh, to our like visited set, or we like check all of our like neighbors of our binary tree, and then we add all of them, we have to increment time by 1.
Okay.
So
All right. Go
yeah.
ahead. Go ahead
And
and implement.
I did have a question,
Sure.
another question. So since it is a binary tree, are we only given like L and R for, like, are we given like a parent to like go back into the, like, up the tree, or
Well, we're only gonna be given the left and right child. Every node has a value and
okay,
left and right.
okay. Um okay, wait, I think then, so if we're starting at the bottom of the tree, then if our start would be 5, for example, then if we're only given left and right, we can only check the values below that, right? But we would want, when we're starting the infection, are we still allowed to go up from 5?
Where are you in the drawing?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can
Sorry,
start at
it's a
any
little bit
moment.
messy.
You can start at any node. So you need to so if you start at 3, then it's gonna affect 1, 5, and 7 on the first iteration on the first on T1. Then T2 will
Okay.
finally. So yep.
And this is a binary tree and not a graph, or
Yeah, we're just given a binary tree.
okay. I'm kind of confused because then I'm not sure how I would, like, again, like, redirect it. I understand how to access the lower nodes and for like left and right, for using left and right, but in order to like interact with like a parent node, then we would need to keep like an adjacency list of like all possible connections. And I think it would be uh better to treat this as a graph then, instead
Hmm.
of a binary tree, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, the input is a binary tree. I mean,
Okay, okay.
technically you could change it to whatever you want though.
Okay, then in that case, I would need to, like, in order to spread the infection, and I would need to go through the entire tree then, I think, initially, and initialize an adjacency list.
Okay. What will the adjacency list contain?
Um, it'll contain child to parent, as well as parent, like just every single connection there. So parent to child as well, in order to like make sure that we can access like other nodes, if that makes sense.
Yep. So the JCC list will just have its parent and all its children, and then also for each node
And
we
then,
want to store its parent also, so we have access to possibly up to 3 values there.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead and start
yeah.
implementing. I think the approach seems fine to me.
Okay, okay. So initially we're given a root, you said, and then our start value. Okay. And then I'm going to want to create an adjacency list. Um, let's call it, let's keep it blank for now. And then um, we're going to define our DFS from root. And if we don't have anything, we just return. Otherwise, we're going to want to store everything. So adjacency of root, uh, like, say if root dot val is in adjacency, we're going to append uh, to our root dot val. And in this case, we're going to have to check if there is a root dot left and root dot right. So I think, okay, so if root dot left, uh, and then we're going to append this root dot left value, and we're going to also append this. And if root dot right, we're going to DFS. And we're going to do the same thing for root dot right. Oops. The only thing is that we initially need to like check if we can like append this, since there can be multiple values. So, and this is like a hash map for our adjacency list. So if root.val is in this, then we're going to do that. Otherwise, we're just going to like initialize an empty list with root.val or dot left.val. So sorry if it's adding a little bit of complexity. It's just because we're originally given it as a binary tree and not as a graph.
That makes sense.
So
I understand that part. Just the code is getting a little messy.
okay,
A lot of statements here, if statements.
yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that anything I'm adding to my adjacency list isn't like it still exists and um it is initialized just correctly and there's like no errors when initializing. Unless you had like any suggestion for like if I should for any edits to this, or
Let's just see where you end up, and then I can give
okay,
suggestions at the end of the interview.
okay. And I think the same thing can apply for uh root dot right. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to say root dot right.
Also, for time check, we have about 10 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. And then we have our start. So we're going to after initializing it, I think we can still use the same function to run the infection. I'm just trying to think of how. Um, okay, I think okay. So let's just call DFS of root,
Oh,
and
he
then
needs
after that,
some milk.
we're going to define another helper, and this is like going to initialize our adjacency list. And then we're going to call this helper with the adjacency list of root, or of our start, sorry. This is going to help, let's call it infection. Infection. Define infection and say this is by root. Okay, and then let's also define a visited set.
Okay.
And so if we have if root is in visited, then we're going to return. Otherwise, we're going to continue, and we're going to say for a in adjacency of the current element, so that's root. Actually, I think we just call this with start. Sorry. So
Sure.
start. So for a in adjacency root, we're going to continue running our infection of on A, and
Alright.
then we're going to visited dot add. We're going to add root to that, yeah, to check, and then A in adjacency. What else? And then we do need to define our time. So t equals 0. Every time we finish a level, so after we iterate through every single possible route we do want to add to our time. So I think t plus equals to 1 would be here. And
T plus
visited
equals
dot add root.
okay.
And okay, so and this is a non-local t, and visited is also a non-local. And I think then we're going to return t. I do need to check if, okay, so visited, we add root, then we increment through, we loop through all possible infections, and then we add one to time. Okay. Okay, actually, I think this would only, if we keep recursing, this would only increment every single time by the time we finish. So I'm just trying to think of how to modify this in order to increment time properly.
So we're performing a BFS or a DFS. Like, what's the difference between?
Uh, yeah, I think this is kind of like similar to, again, like a DFS, since we have a visited, and then we're continuing to, but we're treating it as a graph with our like adjacency list, and we're continuing to look at other nodes. But I think
So I mean,
I
your
need to
initial
like
approach,
modify.
you said you want to use BFS though.
Yeah, I can still change this actually.
But it doesn't matter. But it's more just like you had an initial approach and then changed it up
I
last
I
second.
did, okay. Yeah. Um, I'm just trying to think of like how to modify our T in order for it to increment for like every single adjacent node.
Mhm.
Uh, would you happen to have like any suggestions of
Yeah.
what to do to like properly modify the T?
Yeah. Like the reason why I brought up that you mentioned BFS is or the BFS is
Because it would
because it might be it the I think it's probably easier for the question.
okay,
There's
okay,
a
I
little bit
see.
of a
Okay,
hint, but
okay.
yeah. Because what do we want to do here? We want to well, I guess what where are you stuck right now? You're trying to figure out how to update T.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
So what's the
I
problem with
think
T right
then
now? Is it gonna just increment up way too much?
it's going to increment too little.
Too little.
And because we're going to keep on adding to visited, then we're going to iterate through this, then we're going to recurse. And so I don't know like when specifically to increment to T, because like either if we increment before, like here, um, then we're just going to be counting the nodes because every time we increment, we add, and then we go through. Oh, actually, I think sorry, this would be the right place. Yeah, to add to T because we visit and like add something to our root, then we increment, and then we go through our adjacency list and recurse. Yeah, okay, okay. I think this would be the like right place to add to T. Sorry. Um, yeah. Sorry, my approach got a little bit muddled there, but I think
Hmm.
this should like properly update to T.
So you now you just move the T before we go,
Are
right?
yeah, because right, because this loop is just going through and uh like adding and going through to all of the new nodes. If
Yeah,
I
so
can
if we
like draw
start here.
this.
So if we start
So
here,
how this would look like.
here go down a bit. So we start here. That's
Oh, yeah,
1.
yeah, I see it.
Okay. So
Okay.
I'm looking at your code. We're gonna add this to visit. We mark it. Now we're gonna increment T equals 1. Then we're
Yeah.
gonna loop through each A, right? So
Yeah.
for
And so
each,
all of
we're
the
gonna call
possible
infection.
adjacencies.
So this guy's gonna increment to 2 because he's gonna hit 108, right? But then this guy's also gonna increment to 3
Oh,
because
I see. Okay. Because we're still okay. Because we go to a new node and then we still increment.
exactly, yeah, we're
Okay.
we're we're in infection and we're in a new node. So you're saying it's essentially every single node is gonna increment by T. So this is just gonna return 5. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah. So so okay, what would be the difference if we increment after? Then in that case, we would only increment too little, so it would still be only like 1 because we like go through all of them, we would return, and then the loop would exit.
Hmm.
Okay. In that case, because every time we call our loop, we're I think then yeah, I probably need to modify it in order to um
Yeah. I think we're pretty much
I
at
just
time. So
okay,
we'll
okay,
just probably end that here.
okay.
How do you think you did?
I think the last question was like kind of bad. I honestly was like trying to think of like other approaches also while like explaining it to you, and I think that's what like I could have spent a lot more time like planning my approach, but again like because of the time I like didn't want to spend too much time on the planning. So that's kind of why I like went into implementing and trying to get something um done, but I think like the last part, like when you like said like, oh, like it is going to like I think I should have used like a BFS instead. And like processed it with a queue maybe, uh, and then tried to like based off of that, like kind of have it like a level order and like increment every single time I was BFSing, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That makes sense. All right. So like how did you feel about the interview? How are the nerves? How is the thought process? Like how would you rate yourself if you had to give yourself a rating?
I think like honestly like probably like s- like 6 out of 10. I don't know.
Out of 4.
Like
So
just out
no
of 4.
strong, no higher, no higher, lean higher, or strong higher.
I th- I think
Which
I'd say like lean higher to maybe even no higher because like I think my first problem I was like pretty like confident in like figuring stuff out, but like the second part I kind of like leaped into implementation, spent like less time on the planning, so probably
yeah.
like lean higher to no higher. So
Okay. Let me give you my notes. Let's
okay.
see. So I think I would probably give you the same rating, which would be honestly you were on path to being a strong hire. Honest, like 30 minutes in, you're killing the interview essentially.
Okay.
But then yeah, I think what folded you was the BFS part. But let's start with Q1. So I think the way that you think about the question and you like methodically work through getting the question and getting to a solution is great. That's your thought process is perfect. You do it the way that an interviewer would like, which is clarifying the question, coming up with some solutions and getting buy-in from me on which solution to go with, and going ahead and implementing it. You have no trouble with anything related to implementation. You're able to implement it well, right?
Okay.
I think for the first one though, you didn't really analyze the time complexity correctly right away, especially with like
Okay.
the array
Okay.
dot copy. So I think definitely be able to understand the time complexity there. Do because yeah, but some of these mistakes you caught for yourself. So you initially were just gonna do a shallow copy where you just did array equals copy, but then if you modified that later, it would also modify because it's pointing to the same reference. So that wouldn't have worked. There's a couple things
Okay.
that I had to ask you to optimize. So some of the stronger candidates would just they'll notice right away that they don't want like get it would turn into an O(n) squared algorithm with the copies with the resets. I wouldn't have to prompt them there. So that's one area where you could improve. But your for the internship position is not bad. Where I had to sort of prompt you for optimizations. So you would propose something and then I would call out where it's unoptimal. But as you move on to the higher levels, you should be able to look at your algorithm, propose something, and then catch yourself when it's not optimal to speed it up. But I would say don't worry about that now for because it's just an internship role. But
Okay.
like actually, if you can find yourself and you notice there's inefficiencies, definitely call it out before interviewer does.
Okay. Okay.
So I think good problem solving skills. The only thing is I needed to drive the conversation, which I like I
Okay.
mentioned is good for it's fine for intern, but as you increase in level, you need to drive it yourself. Your variable names
Okay.
could be improved. Like using M there was a bit confusing.
Okay.
So when it comes to some of these companies, they really actually care about your variable names. You can't just use like M, A, C, J. KV is
Okay.
fine, but M for an important dictionary like
Hash
that
map.
is
Right.
is
Okay.
not a good variable name. So yeah, I think Q1 I would actually give you a solid higher there for Q1, maybe even a strong higher because I've seen lots of candidates flop that. So
Okay.
second question,
It's just
or go ahead.
second
You have any
question,
question?
I was just not sure on like the second question I was not sure on my approach, and then I think that like is what caused like the issue.
Yeah,
I was like kind of like not so familiar with exactly like a clear path of like what I was going to do, and I think because of that like I kind of like over indexed on like implementation.
yeah. I mean, we could start with some of the stuff you did well in Q2, which was clarifying the question well. You understand what else did you do? You understood that we couldn't look upwards in the tree if we're at a node, that we need to build a adjacency list to find the parent. So that
Yeah.
that was good. Some people don't realize that, but you're able to
That's
realize
why I
that.
was like,
Or go ahead.
should we do a graph as well? Like, and should we like make it like a graph because like the infection can spread up. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I think where you got caught up here is just not understanding when to use a BFS or a DFS. So
Okay.
you need to really understand the difference between BFS and DFS. If your goal is just to find a random node in the tree, it doesn't matter if you use a BFS or DFS.
Right. Right. Okay.
But the way that we need to spread the infection is level by level. So naturally,
Okay.
using a BFS makes it a lot easier because every level we just increment it. And since we're traversing level by level, we increment it on every single level,
Okay.
right? So you could think of, because it's just a breadth first search, right?
Right.
We start at one node. So this is, if you come into the drawing, we start on one node. This is infection node. And then after,
Okay.
we're going to spread to our neighbors, right? Then we're going to spread to the next level. So every level away from the source is going to increment by one. So if we're performing a DFS, you could solve it if you pass down the level, but
Okay.
it's not as natural for this question. So yeah, what was your reasoning there of why you decided to use a DFS or a BFS, or were you not thinking, or why didn't your mind go towards BFS? I'm just curious because you did mention it.
Mainly because I like just wasn't sure how like to process it like with a tree, right? Instead of like that's the like initial like confusion I had. So with a tree, like how would it look like when I was like processing these nodes, right? And then I realized like, oh, I was just
Caesar
going
with the
to
two
like use an
bucks.
adjacency list anyway. So then
Oh,
like wouldn't it be like maybe shorter to do just like a DFS for this? And that's why like I like turned and like changed my implementation here towards the end. And I was just trying to like rush through and
Yeah,
like trying to like get like a working sort of solution. But I feel like the main thing is like how I was incrementing t and my time variable. I wasn't sure where exactly to like add that
yeah,
when doing DFS or BFS. But yeah, BFS would be more appropriate, I guess, because like you are just checking like where all your adjacency lists is. So like you're adding all these to your adjacency list and then you're processing them one by one by one. So every single time you process a level, you can just increment to time. So
exactly. Yeah, you could just perform a level order traversal. Have you done a level order
right.
traversal before?
Yes, yes, I have.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Like a standard one. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So you could perform a
So
level order. This essentially turns into a ternary tree where at most it could have three nodes because,
okay,
and
okay.
then you just do, it's like level order traversal on a ternary tree. So the way that you'll have to
I
do the
see.
order traversal is different because you're gonna need to loop through one level at a time and then increment. So it's not the same as like how you would do it with just a regular BFS. You're it's gonna be a slight variation, but if you've done it before, you should be able to solve it. Um,
Okay.
yeah. With the here the code could be cleaned up a lot by using default dictionary or get element. So
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah,
you could
yeah.
use that
In
to
order
clean it
to
up.
initialize it properly. Yeah, yeah.
And then I think the last thing would be that you should you change your initial approach from what you initially proposed. So usually what you would want to do is, or so in some of my companies we would mark based on if they implemented their initial approach, because some people would
Okay,
come up with a solution and then as they're implementing they're making multiple changes to how they're going to implement it, and it
okay.
ends up being a completely algorithm or different algorithm than it was before. So
Right.
like the best candidates are like, okay, I'm going to do this, and then they execute on it, and they kind of figure things out up front of how they're going to execute, and only figure out,
Okay.
they only like change it slightly based on things that they uncover, which is fine. But you completely change from like using a BFS to a DFS, which
DFS, right,
it's like
right.
somebody tell me they're going to do a sliding window, then all of a sudden they're doing a prefix solution, right? It's completely different. So
Okay,
I would just try
right,
to stick to
right.
what you initially proposed. That's just like a small thing.
Okay,
um
okay.
I don't think you'll get docked, but that's just advice when it comes to interviewing.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's your interview looking like? It's just Airbnb. Like,
Uh,
what school do you go to?
I go to UIUC.
UIUC. Where's that? University of Irvine?
It's in Illinois.
Okay. Oh,
Illinois.
okay.
Urbana-Champaign. It's
Oh, I
like
know.
in the
University of Chicago,
Midwest.
right? That's a good.
No.
Oh,
It's like 2, 3 hours lower from Chicago. So
okay. And then you only have this interview, or you have multiple?
I just have two rounds, two technical rounds for this.
Or I mean, which companies? Are you just doing Airbnb, or you have multiple?
Oh yeah, so I am in process for other companies. I'm just like waiting to hear back for scheduling interviews, like some other like Fortune 500 and startups and stuff. But
Yeah.
this was the main like big tech one that I
Okay.
had.
Okay. I'm gonna. Have you seen my list, Peralta 75 list?
Yes. Yeah.
If you go on there, try. What I would say is practice the graph questions there. You'll see graph
Okay.
questions there that you won't really see in normal list. But if you could do all these graph questions, you should be good. Like
Okay.
try bus routes. That's a really good question. It's hard, but it's actually more of a medium question. Try walls and gates. Definitely try number of provinces.
So I've done cheapest flights within K stops
Were you
and
able
I've
to solve
done
it?
I think yeah, I think and then accounts merge, I was using union find instead of graphs.
Nice.
And then I think number of islands I've done. I haven't seen walls and gates before. And okay, I
Okay,
don't think I've seen some of. I've done
try
Alien
maze
Dictionary
2.
though.
Try maze 2 as well. Maze
Okay,
2.
okay,
So just try some of these graph questions, cuz I think but and really try to understand when you're making a decision of DFS or BFS, try to be able to explain why you're making that decision. Is it
okay,
arbitrary? Could you use any, or would using one better than the other, right? And if you're performing a in order, post order, pre order traversal, also be able to explain why as well.
okay.
So try trees as well. So go like on my trees list, try out like sum to root, cousins and binary tree, and then try 98 valid binary search tree. Or no, sorry. Validate binary nodes 1361. So those are good ones that should prep you up. I think you need a little bit of practice when it comes to trees, but you're 90% of the way there. Probably like 2 days of effort or 1 day, you're good.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'll
This is not
definitely like start
Kobe,
prepping that.
smoking
And then
Kobe,
as
smoking
for
Kobe.
um like in general, like my thought process, would you say it's like kind of on the right track, like narrowing down like which solution to find or which like approach to use? Like what would you say like I can do to like better that in terms of like picking between like like BFS or DFS or like picking between like I don't know using like a data structure or not? Like
Yeah, honestly, the only real mistake that you made the whole interview was using a DFS over a BFS and then not knowing how to
okay,
update the time. So
okay,
there's you did a lot of things well, like figuring out that we can't just that we have to build an adjacency list. That's something not every candidate gets. I've folded lots of people with this question. So
okay.
you're able to solve it, which is good. And I mean, you suggested BFS during planning. That's why I mentioned, I was like, why'd you switch? But
Right.
so I
It was
think,
just because I thought like there was not enough time, and then I should do like I think DFS would be faster maybe. Since
yeah,
I said DFS or BFS was valid, but
because you're not as maybe you're not as confident with the BFS then. Like you didn't think that you're gonna be able to code it up real fast. Is that why? But honestly, you already had the solution. You had 20 minutes plus to start coding.
okay.
So I mean, you had 20 minutes to implement it. So you were good. Like for time, you were way ahead of time. Honestly, with just a little bit of practice, you could have went from a lean hire to a strong hire. everyone in the chat was saying you were killing it, and then all of a sudden
Okay.
that small decision would cost you, but it's all good. I think I'm not worried for you. I think you're gonna get the job. Oh, I accidentally left. Oh shoot, let me join back in. Let me join back in. That was rude. Oh shoot, I closed the tab.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So how are you feeling? Are you How was that experience? Did you feel like you got better from that experience? Did you realize things about yourself that you didn't before? Like how's
Yeah,
that?
yeah. I think it's just like kind of like a common mistake that I usually make where like I usually like get like very nervous towards the end of the interview, like for time limit and try to like rush through like implementation. So I'd say like I still need to like I guess like improve upon that. But um yeah, like I'd say like I'd also like learned to like I think I need to like know exactly when to like spend more time on planning and spend more time on like implementation
Yeah.
and making sure that like I can do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If you need another mock, Alpha Code does mocks as well. I'm not sure if you know Alpha
Okay,
Code. He
okay,
does a lot of he makes videos on it too. But
okay,
you should book a mock with him. He's done a lot more elite code questions than me too, and he gives really good advice.
okay.
But he's booked out for like 35 days, but I'll send him a message. When's your
Ah,
interview?
okay.
Wait, when's
It
your
it is it is in 4 days, so
Okay,
it
he'll
is
probably
very
be able
soon.
he'll squeeze you in as long as you show up.
Okay, okay.
I don't know if he's in here. I'll message him, but yeah. All right, cool. Thanks for hopping on. Good luck on your interviews and
Yeah,
just
yeah.
join the Discord or message me anytime you need advice on like if you have to do system design or any leak code questions you get stuck on. Just hop on the Discord.
Yep.
Everyone's responsive
Thank you
there.
so
All
much.
right. All right, see you, man.
See ya.
Beast mode, leak code, beast mode, leak code, beast mode, leak code, beast mode, leak code.
I've done so many C++ interviews. All right, chat, I got to rest 30 minutes and then I'm going to do the leak code contest. Maybe we can debrief after while watching the UFC fights. Let's see. What's the got the leak code contest tonight. How's that? How am I mean? What question? That guy did well though. I'm here to prep people. I'm here to give them a question so hard that any Fang interview they'll be able to pass. They're not gonna ask questions that much harder than that. Maybe probably might be a little bit harder, but yeah, it was just a leak code medium, bro, honestly. But I'm not here to go easy. I'm not here to make people feel good about themselves. I want them to actually get real life interview questions. 1600 rated? All right, chat. Let's see. 16 nah, yeah, it's not 1600. I'm gonna go for a walk and then we have the contest starting in 31 minutes. So I have to rest up and handle business. I'll catch y'all on the next stream. Peace.
This is not my main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains and nipple chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Leak code, beast mode, 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 leak code, beast mode. This is not my main thing, really I'm a coder. all these things and never change. I am such a loner. San Francisco faces got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Lico, beast mode, 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 Lico, beast mode.